Okay, let's try this again. With some sound this time, please. Good. Right. Oy. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met, 7 years ago. I have to decide on the voices I'm going to use. Phew, okay, it's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Got to try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigma. Good morning, Mr. Enigma. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand. I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Oh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. It's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh boy. Me? Look what he started. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. And it gets tricked just like that. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. An easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switchings of attorneys just before the trial. I knew it is a difficult situation I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy. The first look at the case was only yesterday. The information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigma. Shady Enigma. Blech. My client is Shady Enigma, known to the world as Zach Gramarye. Wildly popular magician, star of Troop Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifi Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect.
Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Is the prosecution ready?
I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really.
Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime?
One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? Gavin here's concert's got 10 times the thrill this gig's got.
Ooh, where are you again?
Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah?
Gavin. Defense attorney Christoph Gavins.
Figured my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer from the mega hit band The Gaviniers. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. That's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Herr Attorney Wright.
Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case.
Act on, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. And you are?
Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down in the precinct.
Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see.
Hey, you!
Huh? Me?
Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I've got confidence in my testimony today, see?
What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony? Herr Detective, this is my stage. Can the antics. Oh? All this Ewing and such. And I could care less about your history together.
Very well. Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back, in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifi Gramarye, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
Ah yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifi to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Gramarye has made quite a name for themselves. Well, anyhow, the retired Magnifi's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? a more ignorant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. Malignant tumour, perhaps?
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die?
Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes.
Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, Detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol. Found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question.
Very unusual indeed. Although could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
No, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir.
One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why haven't come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, Herr Attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night for half an hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifi Grimari, was given an IV. An IV?
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed.
At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back with the empty bag. And this happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV.
Very well. Shall we begin? Mr. Wright, a cross-examination if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? Could have at least mentioned it to me. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he has commanded. Could be a setup. But let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change.
Thanks, pal.
Fine, I can play it slow as well. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. And this letter was sent by the victim?
There it is. Gotcha. You won't mind this time, pal.
Huh?
I had the handwriting checked out. Of course it's the victim's. No mistake.
Ah, I see.
Score one for the boys.
I didn't lose, I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed?
What? A letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace, even now, Your Honour. How would my nose stop itching, please?
So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead.
How can you be so sure?
Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking.
You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective.
First, we got this letter. It says, shoot in the forehead, loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal.
You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, Detective.
We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue show that it had been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
Photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigma shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes.
Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead.
Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. What? And you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes.
The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, where did the defendant shoot? The clown hole?
Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too.
Oh, there's a hole in its forehead.
Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead.
The defense raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
I admit, I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life.
The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue. Yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get.
Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal.
So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown and then shot the victim?
Hey, not a bad summary, pal.
More of a confirmation than a summary, but what? That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seemed pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo?
Well, that's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it.
We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from the gun. The rifling marks on the bullet were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon in other words?
Well, you bet we did.
Why are you so certain?
What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valiant's quick draw shoot 'em?
What's that?
One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valiant stand on either side of a girl, then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it.
Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force.
Troop Grammary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. Well, you got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently.
So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. You might say that a lack of fingerprints is in fact a fingerprint of its own.
Intriguing point. Well made.
Whoa. Not well made, not intriguing.
In any case, the court accepts this evidence. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. Oh, but now it's time to return to our testimony.
The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand?
Yeah, but like I just said, pal, After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and...
Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not.
The murder weapon? How?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time.
Oh.
If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too.
Yeah.
That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet, beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility.
But what's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, Herr Detective, it was just the warm-up act.
Oh.
Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, he will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramery who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess.
This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach.
Court is adjourned.
Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You're scared, Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she?
You've seen the problem yourself, the letter.
The one shot in the forehead, one right?
Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death.
Why not?
This is something I will not say, for now at least.
What's this for now business?
I have done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves.
We?
You wanted to know about the night of the incident.
Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff.
Of course I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon the bedside his bedside table 2 pistols.
2?
Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valiant.
Oh, the Zack and Valiant's quick draw thing.
My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment.
You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him?
Recall, there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last request, though not his first.
So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before.
To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I brought pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grammary?
Yet, in the end I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. Took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different from the one in my mentor.
What were those called? Rifling marks?
Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case.
Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me?
Oh, you are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright.
Thanks?
Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened.
What? Magnifi Grammary?
The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gun shot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
What did you talk about?
Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? Does not concern this case.
Zach Grammary. He seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn.
Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands.
Right, let's get back in there.
Court is now back in session.
During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head.
Well, this is news. And the rifling marks?
There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, it's not very conclusive, is it?
Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness. How many times have I heard those words? And they often turn out to be less decisive than you think. Oh. Don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Valiant. Valiant Grammary. So we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. Perhaps I'll start by asking your name and occupation.
Valiant Grammary, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt.
Fate, the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock that night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay, let's get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this.
That looks very familiar.
Wait, that's the same letter Zach Grammary received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da!
Order, order, order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing.
Perhaps you should see for yourself.
Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks. What exactly was your troop Grammy up to?
By which you mean...
I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less.
It's just my opinion, Herr Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us? Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse.
Well, let's get on with the testimony, for starters. The defendant, Zach Gramley, stands accused. Tell us why.
Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red rose rises, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time.
As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet, a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police.
So you were the one who reported the crime?
Indeed, I would think. And this fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Gramley, is guilty.
If it wasn't Zach Gramley, then the killer was you, Valiant. No disappearing act will get you out of that. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went at the designated time, and what did you see? So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby?
I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination.
Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid.
Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things.
Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does. And my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why couldn't you refuse if Zach couldn't?
Because I have a will of steel, of course.
I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't all so strong. So, which is it? Mind if I continue? Well, he definitely got smarter with age. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. One in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valiant, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene, namely... How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valiant quick draws shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. Did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course. I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of this crime scene after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam! Alakazazing! Alakaboom!
Is the number of pistols really so important?
Yeah. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony.
What can I do but obey? At this point, all you really need to do is say. But all you really need to do is ask him what he did with the pistol he used, tie him to the one in the room, and then get the rifling marks done, and he's finished. It's not a difficult case. It's amazing how thoroughly Phoenix fucks it up. Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. So you took the only pistol there and fired it? That's correct. And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene. Good show. I see you too are a magician of sorts. And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So how about heating up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me. I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else. There's no real need. Second thought, let's run with this testimony for a while longer. So inform the police. What did you do then? What do you suppose I did? Use my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps? I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Now please answer the question and skip the sarcasm. After I made my report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. You've confirmed this with the doctor. It all checks out. He praised Mr. Valiant's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact. It is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept. Both of Magnifi's students received the same letter. Both admitted to having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed Magnifi. Time to find the cracks in his testimony. Too early. According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table.
2?
One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant had some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valiant has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense.
What might that be?
I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valiant. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullet were a perfect match. Mr. Valiant, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead.
Order, order, order! Well, this is all rather sudden.
What have I done?
Prosecutor Gavin?
I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning! I'm still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now.
Valiant Gramery.
Yes, Your Honour?
You are presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
When Mr. Valiant entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, Herr Wright, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it.
Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what.
I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me.
Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi.
It's easy to explain in this situation here, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times and the result is the same. The debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a rip-off. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth.
Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. We can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations. Least we blur the focus of this case. Least we blur the focus this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Carry on, right? Aye. 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived? Alas, such a feat may be beyond even the great Valiant. Well, there was no one in that room but Magnippy, and he was departed after a fashion. I have the defendant Zach Gramer's sworn deposition. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive.
The time indicated by this letter to Zach was 11:05 p.m.
Exactly. Which means that... Which means the witness could not have entered that room before 11:15. Because his partner was still in the middle of his crime.
I see someone did their arithmetic homework.
You see, the defendant himself has corroborated the witness's testimony. Does that all make sense? I don't see any problem with that testimony.
If you say so. Let's continue, shall we?
Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. You walked in on a murder, and the first thing you do is shoot the clown. The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request, without reason, had caused for me a surfeit of sorrow. Or what would I, Valiant, be now without him? May the soul of Magnippy the Great find greater peace above. And this I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Herr Attorney.
May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties? Proceed with that in mind.
Yes, Your Honour. What pain this is turning out to be. Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death?
Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head!" It doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I believe I would have said much the same thing.
And I would have penned the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation? In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for... yeah. To say the same thing again. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time?
We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard a verified time of death.
Magic reveals in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction.
I see another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IV the victim was taken. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnippy Gramercy's Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnippy Gramercy's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnippy took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end.
Oh, the needle's been removed.
Doubtlessly it fell out when he was shot.
That would seem to be the case.
When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. You could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for one purpose, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began.
And so it was when I, Valiant, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright.
Did that seem important?
Yep.
Seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine that time. Yeah. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony.
Sometimes the most magical things of all is the truth.
The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence.
Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance?
When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did. I spy arose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn the discarded IV needle.
Not from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. That IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect.
Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky colour.
Your lucky colour?
Indeed, even today I wear it proudly on my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valiant won their first Magician's Grand Prix? Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was.
This is one trip down memory lane no one needs.
My lucky colour, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say, I think 'twas hauled especially for me, Valiant. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony?
Valiant sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about his lucky colour testimony? Certainly sounds like your lucky colour's brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. Mr. Valiant, your lucky colour's betrayed you.
I'm afraid you've lost me.
Your Honour, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalised. I do hope this latest accusation is well based.
Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here.
Very well. Let's hear the defence's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valiant has told us?
Okay. The crime scene tells all, Your Honour.
The photo of the crime scene?
All this talk of colour is me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Hamlet, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white.
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony?
Valiant Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky colour. It's yellow, yes?
Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Bright?
Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
What's this?
Confusion? Doubt? Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy?
Even my elderly eyes spy... Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valiant. Just look at that IV bag.
What is this?
What foul magic?
It'll be hard to call that IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph.
Like a no! Order. What does this mean?
This is some kind of mistake.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness is a mistake.
The greener they are, the harder they fall. Suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valiant Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky colour is yellow, but the IV is clearly not.
Well...
This contradiction can mean only one thing. To think, you almost had me. I see your true colours now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright.
Something you would like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, this witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance, the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow.
Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Yes, but what colour is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook?
It looks like I want to say light blue?
Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. And this, incidentally, is the liquid's true colour.
I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it.
As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave for you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honour, the defence requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Like a zombie!
Order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the colour of the IV liquid. So I'm sure it means something, but what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honour. The witness, Valiant Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he had seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself, in a clear, colourless bag.
I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what this all means.
Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honour. I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's colour? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bot fans, jar. The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin.
I remember it well.
However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right?
As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honour, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight here, right? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow.
Now, wait. I said wait!
How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
He has a point. Amateurs. I at least put up some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence.
Well, Mr. White, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth?
Valiant Gramarye. I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime.
Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting?
Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV and liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was...
the victim's syringe?
It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. And easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. Don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had that syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Gramarye, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will.
Alakazam! I do believe, well, with this being his first, but the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today.
Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. can do a little much-needed investigation work.
I see there are no
Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. And this I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, Head Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less.
What's this?
This is the victim Magnifi Grammary's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his starring debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 PM. Let's read it, shall we?
This does appear to have been written just before his death. This court accepts this into evidence.
Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Grammery.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all.
But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Grammery intended to write again. That is, if Zach Grammery didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Grammery.
Order! Prosecutor Gavin! Are you certain that Magnifi Grammery wrote this?
There is no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it did,
then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Grammery. Well, how'd you like me now, Herr Wright? Still too green for your tastes, hmm? It's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe. He'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
The diary's accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. It really isn't. All we got to do is point out the giant rip in the page. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this pages. I don't think it's the diary itself, but whatever. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that the page has clearly been ripped out.
What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all.
That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Look, I don't believe it!
Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifi Grammary. That's the defence's position.
Wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary.
Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page of Magnifi's diary.
Quite remarkable.
Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammary left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Grammari.
No! The handwriting too matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order, order, order! But wait, that's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that.
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Herr Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Herr Judge?
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin?
Might I request that we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner.
Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom.
I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around.
Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with this witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room.
Very well. And you are the witness, I gather. Yes, sir.
State your name and occupation for the record.
My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se.
I have one simple question for this witness. Master Misham, what is... Master Misham, was it? Do you know what this is?
Well, yeah, I know it well.
How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I made it.
You... what? You made it?
Yes, you might call it one of my works.
The Regional Prosecutor's Office received a tip-off yesterday. Legal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gromery.
Legal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He's skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries?
Well, so we are to understand that this page here is...
a fake. Prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence. The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume? But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright.
Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That... I don't know.
What?
Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. And that's the extent of my contact with them.
But there's no proof this is a fake.
It's a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. Fatal trap.
Mr. White.
Yes?
Do you have an explanation for yourself?
I did? Would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of a defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
I am sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honour. Another close call, I dare say. The prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip. Everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes?
could I ask your name?
Phoenix Wright.
Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I remember you, Mr. Wright.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must...
Your Honour.
Yes, Mr. Zack?
There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible.
I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you.
Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist?
Doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
I am talking about this.
Mr. Enigma?
The defendant escaped. Find him, quick!
Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape.
That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigma, aka Zack Gramery, did not just escape from court, he literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day.
And this is the Gramery miracle.
No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Gramery vanished, along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however. But not until 7 years later. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. And this I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. You'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifi Grimari's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zack Gramery go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Just left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. And that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Touch the arrow to switch between past and present. Let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. The nightmare trial was over. And the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away. But I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I'm fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
2 weeks have passed since then. I called her into my office. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. You need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while? Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. Oh, this is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney?
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Well, you can call me Daddy, if you like. Doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay, say Daddy.
That was quick. Yes?
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So, thanks, Daddy. Oh, and this office, it's a little blah. A little colour goes a long way, you know. Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Tracy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. Don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Thanks. Does it feel like she's already in charge?
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, but Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Oh, wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. It just seems so stiff, doesn't it? No one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Even much about law, if you want to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. You should run an agency instead.
You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You've got me, don't you? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Sack Grammary.
Directly descended? He's your father.
Oh. Now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright too.
I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, Sack Grammary?
Daddy, sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
He's so amazing. The biggest Star Troop Grammary, and they're big.
Grammaries. They were on television or not? I haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zack and Valiant Grammary together, you know. Once they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top?
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
Shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what'll happen to me when Daddy and Mummy both gone.
Mummy. Yeah, what about Mummy? Haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I am my magic, and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So, Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs?
They say that?
I always thought it was funny though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easy to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy.
That's right. Well, wanna see a trick?
You're going to do a magic trick? Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da!
Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen.
Yeah! Whoa, that was startling.
Amazing, Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service.
He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady.
My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Could you tell me about your mummy, if it's okay?
Mummy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zack and Valiant smiling. And then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then, a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here.
This is your mother? She's beautiful.
Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Grammary.
Oh girl, I didn't know her mummy had gone missing. Now her daddy's vanished too, right before our eyes.
Hey, Daddy, you won't...
Don't worry, I won't vanish, I promise.
Wait, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you. That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys that will do it? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-O. The team, right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Where is, there it is. Right, I'm just gonna go to the toilet, get a cup of water, rest my voice a few seconds, because it's going already. So I'll be back in a minute or so. Ugh. That's a real pain in the ass. I was waiting for this bloody throat thing to dissolve fully. What's this position? That's a little better. Doing young Truce's voice was a bit more of a pain than I thought it would be. Oh well. Actually, I've got to take that off soon, don't I? Hey. God, I've got that set way too high. Just trying to suck this tiny bloody thing in my mouth down to nothing. I'm going to press that button. There, okay. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I don't want to have to remember that day. No, I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. Ah, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Mr. Enigma? The defendant escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir? Oh my God. Down on the hands! Floor on your head! Now! 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 What's the big idea? My ears! No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here! That would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoink! I just say it like and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past. There is only now, sir. Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape.
Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir!
But you were a regular police officer once, right?
Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir.
Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing.
I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet.
Guess I wasn't the only victim. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform.
Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this. But last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me.
That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing.
So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff.
But your uniform?
I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired.
That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day?
I'm dying over here. The star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope, then tragedy strikes.
Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Grimery's disappearance?
Oh, the humanity!
That's enough of that.
Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face!
So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way?
Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that steel cat all the way down the hall, sir.
I have a diagram of the court building here.
There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own.
Okay, and which way did Zach Grimery run after busting through the courtroom door?
He went up like this, and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right there. Because it was. I'll be number 2, sir.
You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here.
Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone.
That's impossible.
Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here.
Okay. I won't say it again. Promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby?
I searched.
And the pause.
There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir.
How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? So, Zack was in this room when he vanished.
Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room.
Silk hat, cape. That's Zack, alright.
But, sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do but nothing, sir.
What about now? Have any ideas?
Sir? Ideas? About what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Cyclops. I should have known. I'm a Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. You can show me the locks on people's hearts. And if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all. And the Magatama ends it all. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out.
Hey, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden?
You know something and I'm going to find out what. Zack Grammy vanished from this room. How'd he do it?
How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as sir.
Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something?
Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway?
What did you just say?
Sir, did I just say something, sir?
No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there?
Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking.
It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zack's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day.
Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day.
Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it.
Sir, that day she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't.
You mean you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician.
7 feet? Zack isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zack Gramery. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar?
What's that?
That girl's favourite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She used it in a show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
That night on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists.
remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zach Gremery exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zach Gremery, don't even think you can escape me, Ins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
Oh no, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Gremery, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Gremery. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
Oh, I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room.
But no one's been in here except me.
But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind that painting, under the rug. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him.
Mr. Hat.
I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while I thought it had all been a long dream.
Dream that lasted a week.
But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat.
Though it may seem complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. He was standing by the door, and out came Zack. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat.
And that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
So, while he was standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs through the closed doors into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then, all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat.
Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. And I saw that cape, Zach Gremery's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. All the scattered remains of a measly eaten chocolate parfait.
Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case.
It's an honour, sir. I've apologised to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologised to me.
Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of a guardian now.
Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbour no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbour.
Okay.
I let the defendant escape. That's the stone-cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe.
Mr. Meekins. This is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want.
It's an honour, sir. Sir, I can count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir.
I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zach Gremery that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery has been revealed. but the magician remained out of sight. It'll be 7 years before I met him again. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. And I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. The Bridget Culinary Dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if I'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumour is true. And this is a friend of yours?
Don't worry, I'm just your friendly neighbourhood newsman.
Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us. No others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. I'm number 2. I play piano. Sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumours to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. The guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith.
Oh, and I'm Brushel, Spark Brushel, news reporter.
Oh, I'm... No, Phoenix Wright. You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am. We met... Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this.
Mr. Enigma!
The defender's escaped. Find him, quick.
Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, you must not be allowed to escape.
You can't be. But you're... Zach Grammary? Yes, the reincarnation actor of the century. Pity I have only an audience of 1. You. Zach Grammary. This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there. We will play soon. Ready to the room.
I will be preparing the hideout for you.
Are you really him? The Zach Grammary? No, I am Shady Smith. Remember this.
How many years has it been now? 6?
In exactly 3 days from now it will be 7. Caused you much inconvenience, I fear.
Yeah, you could say that.
Is she well? Trucy, I mean.
She's fine.
I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. Hardly need to express my gratitude. Would you have it? This is why I have come. That, and to settle a matter of cards.
By which you mean poker?
His eyes.
He's serious.
I despise losing above all else. So I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes.
I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything about the competition. All else is secondary.
Perhaps we should take the time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I you. We competed that day 7 years ago too. Ah yes, you must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2 1 Showdown time. I lost.
It's only a game of poker.
Game I've played for a long time and only lost twice.
Who's the first?
The man I killed, of course.
You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker?
Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you'll see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do.
Trucy's power.
Trucy. She is in a class of her own.
For 7 years I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. She sends me signals. Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill.
Line?
Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost.
Magnifi Grammary?
That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it.
Wait, so you're saying the power is genetic? It's just in the Grammary blood or something?
Blood. I'm sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders. And it is nothing you need to know at this time.
It's some kind of Grammary secret then.
Fine. She's 15 this year.
She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know.
I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause.
Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go?
Yes, and for that I must apologize. However,
I would not be found guilty that day.
Because of this.
This?
Transferal of rights. You see the signature?
Transferal? It's Magnifi Grammary's signature, isn't it? I hereby gift all rights to the secrets, staging, and performance of my magic to the recipient named below.
And the recipient's name is you, Zach Grammary. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at the diary. This diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Wait, let me see that.
How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. And this is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifi gave it to me that night. Could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. The greatest of Magnifi Grammary's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're its disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful. I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. Brushel.
Sir? Ah, here you go.
What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary, besides...
I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary.
You are?
By day I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day I wear a reporter's glasses and notarize. But when I take off the glasses, I can't see very well.
Your signature, please. This is the first reason I've come here tonight. I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding. I know. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So someone must have vanished from the face of the earth 7 years ago. They would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I am here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up, you might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Didn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. In this case? Yes. I received the performance rights from Magnifi Grammary. However, this was done in secret without witness. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grammary, and Valiant Grammary. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I've known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. Took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background. Found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something more about the mother at this point. I know everyone else but Trucy's mother is a mystery. Outside or inside? The person in the photo is Trucy's mother. How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say?
Lots? I know. Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Gramarye's only daughter, end quote. What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack?
Russell, you say too much.
What? Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack decked him.
In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over.
Thalisa Gramarye. She's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather me some more evidence, clearly.
Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition?
Final? Why?
As you said, I've come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground.
Without seeing your daughter?
It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose.
It's just a rumour.
Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. To think a mere lawyer might be out there, pulling the wool over so many eyes.
Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up?
And that was that, and this is this. In my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned.
This guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards.
Russell, you may leave.
But it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop.
I punch, and I punch, but still it is not enough.
I just remembered a future engagement. Prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man.
Then let us begin, dealer. You will be witness to a competition.
It is honor for me.
Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name.
You know him?
After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this.
The Gramarye power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I need to meet that reporter again. That was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zack Gramarye knew, but how and why? Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin? Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright?
Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. I bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who was he? Zach Gramery. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. Would you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes. The trial where Zach Gramery pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association review board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position after all. For 7 years we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Assistant, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach Gramery mentioned your name, Gavin. Oh, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe his name was his name. After that, he was killed. I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. Seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No. Zach Gramery. Whoa. I've never seen Cyclops like these. Dark. Cold. Full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. He's doing his nails. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First-rate in all things, except nothing less. It certainly does look like first-rate nail polish, like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Yeah, second one, I just move a little. Okay. I figured you would come here sooner or later. I decided on sooner. True mission, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. Not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. This is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Judging from this place, you're a painter. Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter. Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. He feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. That copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me.
I knew it would be difficult to escape this.
Then, let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did?
It was unlike anything I had attempted before.
Yes, it would be a little different from paintings.
That is not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy.
This wasn't a copy?
The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as a reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client.
So, you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote?
Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature.
So, who was your client?
As I said in court, I do not know.
Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester.
I never met them. Not personally.
A cyclock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham?
I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client.
True, when I asked the client's name, there are no Cyclops in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense.
Why are you doing this to me?
Well, I've made my stand. I'm backing down now. So what's Mishima hiding? Misham hiding. Yeah. You can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said.
What is it then?
You told me what you knew about the client. I couldn't see any Cyclocks.
Psycholocks? Is that some sort of asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps?
But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client?
As I said in court, I do not know.
Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester.
I never met them. Not personally,
Not personally. Those words triggered the Cyclocks.
Again with the Psycholocks. Now I really must know what these are.
What they are. So you didn't meet with the client. But someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence.
Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business. But I'm afraid you've lost me.
Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Cyclops. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there.
And your conclusion is?
The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham.
Poppycock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me?
That's the real question, isn't it? The forger wasn't you, and I don't have many other people to choose from. And the real forger at Drew's studio is... The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it?
Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism.
Nice comeback. But just shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. Sight clocks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility.
I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself.
Ah. Quick drink.
I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her.
Precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently.
I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now.
Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So Vera was the one who made this page. Would you know who the client was then?
Actually, the client came once. Here, to this studio.
What? Why didn't you say so sooner?
But their face was covered, and they did not want to talk to me.
So, they talked to your daughter?
I will speak only with the artist, the client told me.
That little girl might know something about him. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Mr. Misham, I have a request.
Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter.
Can I?
My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so, actually. With only one exception.
Which was?
Oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort.
Please, let me speak with her.
All right.
Uh-oh, this could be tough. Vera, was it? I would like to have a friendly chat with you. I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? Same thing.
Ooh, my neck.
Oh, that's better. Yeah. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp?
Nah, please don't touch that. Might get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it.
That's Second Valiant. The Grummaries, isn't it?
The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grummaries were at the height of their popularity.
Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth.
Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV, until the end.
I see.
That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it.
And then there's this.
My stamp.
Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp. How can I keep her talking? Isn't True Grammary amazing? Huh? Yes?
Oh,
I especially like those two, Zack and Valiant. I mean, they're just so magical.
aren't they? Aren't they?
Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know?
Me too. Me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic, yeah?
Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start.
I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Museum of Magic.
Grammary Museum? They have one of those? Guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows?
Just once, when I was little, with Father. Grammaries on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all.
Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Valiant, maybe?
Oh, sure.
Right, better get asking before she changes her mind.
I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here.
Why don't you like the outside?
There's bad people out there.
Oh, true, but there's lots of good people too.
Actually, I should tell you, she was almost kidnapped once.
Kidnapped?
Since then she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grammary Museum. With you, in fact.
Yes. Actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise.
That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm.
Good luck charm?
When I absolutely had to go outside.
Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was.
Father, I told you to keep that secret.
From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. So, your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things.
I really like painting a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same.
So, you did this too?
Oh yes, that was my first job.
Your first?
All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips, and the way the writer held the pen, and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer.
She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Granary coffin. Guess no one told her.
They're the best in the world.
Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Granary? Of course.
Father gave it to me.
Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it.
I guess I just took it, yeah.
Took it?
Father got a letter from that person.
That person? You mean that letter was from the client?
Oh, we talked about the Gramarys forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job. And you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received?
I can't talk about it.
Huh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Right, time to do some psych unlocking. You seem to trust this client. Quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp.
No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem.
A problem that keeps her inside all the time.
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm.
Good luck charm. That your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Same bottles over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right?
I heard once. Cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one asked you to do this job. Was this the client? This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promised. I promised not to tell. I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work.
I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then.
I think they might be the devil.
Huh?
Or maybe an angel.
What do you mean?
I saw it. Or I think I saw it when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's?
No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile.
So, where'd you see this devil, then?
It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm.
I'm not sure what this devil she saw was. But it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologise, try my client, Zach Grammary.
Did I do something bad?
What makes you think that?
Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad.
I'll put on my smile next time I come. Promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera.
Oh, okay.
Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with a young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realised it, it was already too late. What strange sight doth my eyes behold? Excuse me? Two men on the other side of a single transparent plane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano in a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifi Grammary for one? Who pulled that trigger? Valiant or his partner Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. Glory spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zack Grammary killed Magnifi. It's as good as a signed confession. Certainly been public's opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as an audience awaits with bated breath, there will be Valiant, and also... Yes? Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Valiant Grammary has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. One second. Blech. Just needed to get a biscuit in me quickly. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valiant. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only as that Grammary followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. Why am I the seat of my pants on this one? There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic fun eyes. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. Flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Why, that's one of ours. Specially designed for your show, I gather. Single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valiant. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valiant's quick draw, shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely, whom do you claim we shot? It's like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on. And this shows who it was. But that's... Zack Gremory's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalisa, I believe was her name. Alakazar! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Thalisa was at the greatest risk of being shot. And this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Troop Gremory's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalisa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. Part of his memory is still locked up. There is one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader Magnifi was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But, Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. And it's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright? So close. Has to be something. About how Thalisa's death could affect Zack and Valiant's relationship with Magnifi. I see in your eyes you still have something to say. What can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalisa's accident tied your hands so completely. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands. And this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalisa. Thalisa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zack Gremory's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Gremory's only daughter. That was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! There's no proof. None at all.
Thalassa went missing, and you're meant to blackmail both of his disciples. Doesn't take a genius to put one and one together.
Ours was a complex family.
You mean Troop Grammary?
The Master Magnifi Grammary, his only daughter, and his 2 disciples.
That does sound like a recipe for a disaster, doesn't it?
Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. But that is all it was. An accident. Zack and Valiant's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight towards that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, zing, pow, into everything but her. Now that is magic. Happened one day when we were practicing some trick with a new same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifi his daughter.
And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did Magnifi Grammary try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died.
All I can say is, it was a critical time for Troop Grammary. A passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valiant. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Alyssa's death is the greatest sacrifice of all, yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not.
What do you mean?
In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit.
I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter.
But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing. Then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads.
Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Grammary, that's for sure. Does Trucy know?
She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time.
I'm sorry to dredge up old memories. This has helped a lot.
Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think.
True.
After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter? He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room doing his research.
Would you happen to remember his name?
What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner Zack. I liked him not.
I see.
His name, I do not recall, but its scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often.
I see. Thanks for your help.
It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds.
I'm sorry. I began to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Grammary, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned. The newsman.
I never learned who that was at the time. I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and the sickly sweet smell as mint. The last floss thin lair. The last floss thin thread connecting Zach Gramery to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. And we are done with the past.
Well, what do we have here?
Remember me?
Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote.
Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Mission was poisoned and his daughters.
Oh yes, I know. Oh, I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalists wish he'd track down the case just a little quicker, end quote.
Were you on the trail of this case the whole time?
Zach Gramery was a good friend.
Zach said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club.
What a character. What a man. If a little... no, a lot. No, extremely rough around the edges.
Do you think I could ask you a few questions?
Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately.
It was tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter.
Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what really did them in, though, don't you?
Yes, forged diary page.
The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known.
What's that?
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Balls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote.
Being watched?
You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck. Freaks out, end quote.
Because you felt guilty?
Why would I feel guilty?
You felt like you were being watched, huh? What it all means. Drew Misham felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves?
Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist Shorey is being watched. End quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramery got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. And for 7 years he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made.
And then he dies.
Starting to put the pieces together, are we?
And you were being watched this whole time?
Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too.
Me?
I met Zach through that case, actually.
You mean the shooting of Magnifi Gramery?
No, before that. It's not widely known.
You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot-'em practice?
My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, woman, a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then.
and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Valiant Grammary did mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Nippy Grammary at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa was it. Really? Then Thalassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And McNippy wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, you see. Is that Grammary? Something strange was in the air over at Troop Grammary in those days. The whole screwy mental controlling disciples scenes started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all right. Come on, you can tell me. Off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times, but over time he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh? Waiting? For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the McNippy miracle. Of course it was all a dream. Because of this. The performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Used to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zack and Valiant. So Valiant waited until Zack died. Legally, at least. The time finally comes, and Valiant's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know. If that document sees the legal light of day, it's going to put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valiant Grammary. Lost out to his partner at work and in love too. Love? It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What has 3 sides and all of them pointy? A love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're in your performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue and backstabbing. But in the middle of all this, Thalassa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Mr. Brushell, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course. I was friends with Zack after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I'd never forget his wife. Thalassa Grammary. McNiffy Grammary's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? So, Thalassa married Zack and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. He died in an accident on stage. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year. I didn't know. Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know. Thalassa has another child besides Trucy, end quote. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes. This one she had with her previous husband. Previous husband? The first husband who died on stage?
Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now.
Thalassa had another child? Do you think I could borrow that photo?
Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know.
I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget.
People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think?
I was too busy wondering about Biggerer to listen to what you were saying.
Sometimes you just got to accept that they won't be able to untangle it all, I think.
Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next.
Next you say.
I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently that's not my role anymore.
Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this.
What do you mean?
Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power.
You mean how I can't lie to Trucy?
It was the same with Magnifi. And with his daughter, Thalassa.
It's a strange thing. You think it's some grammary gene?
Magnifi told me once, back when Zack married Thalassa. He said Zack had good eyes. But not good like Gramarie's eyes. Not that good.
I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Gramarie's secret was?
Maybe nobody. Not even Zack. Maybe nobody now that Zack's gone.
Zack Gramarye. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Gramarye fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Gramarye's power. A power which passed from Magnifi Gramarye to Thalassa to the next generation. And I would once again need to meet the one who breached it all together. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. First time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother. Thalassa Gramarye. I will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the frame, one that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valiant Gramarye's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? Sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes. I love Thalas's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and McNiffy Grammary has joined her. So the only one with that power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zack. I do not know. I don't need any power to teach you that one, buddy. So there's someone else, someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalas's power. How would I know? The chances are slim. It'd take a miracle to learn the truth. But maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. This boy. His name is... I forget, something weird. Who could he be? An attorney.
Attorney?
I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. You could at least say something like, I'm this boy, I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Technically I shouldn't, I mean... I got this after these events by a few weeks, but... whatever. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband. He died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined us Grammaries as a guest in our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. Did you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw her. First saw this. These bracelets stand out. They're a Grammary family heirloom. They are a Grammary family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. This strange power, I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet the fact is that it is passed down the Grammary line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalassa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person and they became tense, even slightly, then she would know no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So, she could see it? Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension. Without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Oh wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. The first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I've made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two. A brother and sister, yes. And the brother too has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. Wonder what will come of that. Mr. White. Tonight, after our game is done, I'll return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing. Understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something? Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power? What have I told you? The grammary power reacts to tension in others. When a grammary senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles. Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With the bracelet on, one can sense these contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. But that one doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from here. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So basically what you're saying is the Grammarys can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing, it is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. It's starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. You are talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realised this. That is all I know of things grammary. Thank you, Mr. Zack. This boy's bracelet is the real thing, and he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor, Magnifi Grammary, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifi's test. A test? In his last years, Magnifi Grammary worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? And it's thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Nah. I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Then, of course, I would have given Valiant his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead? Then it would be over. If you or Valiant were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Ah. Yet this ending too gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day. Seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be a successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valiant's. Perhaps. But it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valiant up to these days? Waiting for you to die. 7 years past like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah. And now here I am, and his dream has ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for Armenta's death on him? Ah, back. Trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. We even realized that Valiant had helped you pull it off. But that's madness. Well, seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated? Even though I'm dead. That night, Zack Grammary was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveller with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he departed. This. His confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd killed no one. This was his way of trying to loose up... This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valiant Grammary. Almost done. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valiant. 7 years has it been. Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I've nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. And I realized I needed to hear it from you. I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire. Do not be deceived. Valiant skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zach Grammary? His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zach Grammary murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as it were only yesterday. Yet, that was not the way of it, in the end. But while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own persona never did. His partner, Zack, vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of the press said. I had no idea. Yet, that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. And here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player in some fiendish farce? And when I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping up on the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. Sounds an awful lot like something I had 7 years ago. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. The 7 long years I've endured. Now finally the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valiant, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valiant, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. And what might that be? I see it bears the Grammary seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnifi's miracles. What? Zach Grammary. He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter? Trucy Enigma. Actually, she's officially my daughter. Trucy Enigma. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous. Zach is gone. Vanished into the void. This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Oh! Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? I'm not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnifi. Yes, it was Zach. It was. And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say if you could prove Zach Grammary shot Magnifi. Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. It might not be too late, Mr. Valiant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifi Grammary? I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zach Grammary wrote one more thing before passing on. This is a confession, in which he admits to the killing of Magnifi Grammary. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zack wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. Alaka. Alaka's, oh my god! You do know this... you do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes. It's my opinion that Zack Gremory killed no one. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So, he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifi Gremory in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will, there is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mental Magnifi's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it. So Valiant Gremory did kill the great Magnifi. So sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple, such as... I don't know... Nakan Talent Gremory, maybe? Your wild fantasies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valiant received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. It wasn't Zack or Valiant who shot Magnifi. It had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait, you don't mean... Yes, the great Magnifi Gremory himself. So, Magnifi Gremory committed suicide? You find it hard to believe? To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. And when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with Magnifi Gremory? Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zack Gremory, not me. See? Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime? Is Valiant Gremory confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder? You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There were no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifi's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon? Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnifi. and I planned on framing my partner for the crime.
What?
That night, I prepared something before going to McNiffy's hospital room.
Which was?
IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan.
But you didn't shoot him.
I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came, but then McNiffy called me back. I'm sorry, Valiant. I am giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. McNiffy Grimari killing himself.
McNiffy Grimari killing himself?
Then the demon awoke anew within me.
Zack killed him.
He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints, and I used the syringe to add the IV liquid I'd wrought.
So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. McNiffy died and you framed Zack for his murder.
As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly?
That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but...
Yes?
Glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valiant. Thank you.
It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision.
You're going to turn yourself in?
My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts.
I understand.
I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. Zack Grimari was alive.
Well, not anymore.
And now it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived?
What do you mean?
You see, now that I think about it, I realize that no, we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body.
Her?
The mind races, and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner Zack Grimari. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you.
Zack Grimari, Shady Smith. Whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver. And the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good. And it would involve paying that man a visit.
Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied.
I see. Do you know when he'll be finished?
Well...
Could you go find out?
Certainly, sir. Please wait here for a moment.
My apologies to the guard.
There's something I need to see. There it is, the yellow envelope. And the sender is Drew Misham. I was right.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene.
This is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote. And there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this atropine spray finds anything. Oh yeah, I've got to click on it. So this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. Was this stamp alright? No mistake in it. This last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. Gotcha. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in a burglar in jail? Gavin. I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, alright? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atrakin poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, are we leaving now then? Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now, it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. We're the only ones who can. Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant Vera Misham innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Something inside me, rising, surfacing. Something important. It was long ago. It's close now. So close.
Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Misham.
Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock.
Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant, Vera Misham's condition?
Acute atrakin poisoning, according to her physician. She could die at any time. thus her absence from the courtroom today.
What? They can't put her on trial without her being here.
It is unusual.
They should wait for her to get better than do it, and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them.
It's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer. They risk having no one left to try. Trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right. If Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict, while there's still time.
Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin.
The prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Mission succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done. But Vera was poisoned with atrachin, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by.
That is true.
In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objection, I see no reason to postpone a verdict.
What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Misham is the innocent, is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court giving her testimony before us. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mysterious killer was.
The prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove its claims to this court. Tell us how Vera Mission was poisoned.
Two things to prove here. Who did it and how? Which to hit first? How did the killer poison Vera Mission? I'll focus first on the method used.
Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin?
Not a bottle or container of poison was found on the defendant's body.
I see. So the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Mission?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Mission? What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand.
Is that nail polish? It's colourless. Something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all.
So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it?
As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish.
Nail polish?
It's like paint for nails. Know any woman with red nails?
Ah, my wife has red nails. I see. So she's been painting them all this time.
Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court?
Court is now back in session.
Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails.
Her nail. Ah!
Prosecutor Gavin, when the prosecutor and Vera examined, did they check her nails?
Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once. Mr. Justice?
Yes?
Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish?
Yes. That bottle belongs to Vera Misham. Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this? No, just checking.
Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you.
Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time.
Then let us ask. Who poisoned Vera Misham via her nail polish? What's this? Christoph Gavin?
What's your game? My bro. There's no way you could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else.
Indeed. He is behind bars.
I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Ask yourselves when he put the poison in the bottle. It could have been yesterday. It could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago.
But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable.
Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all.
Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness.
Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay, the defense wishes granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand.
Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison.
Ah, Your Honor. How nice to see you again.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know Mr. Christoph Gavin. Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself.
Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss?
Step up a lip, Apollo. You can do it.
Does this bottle look familiar? Ariadne nail polish. Why, yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And, was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste indeed. This nail polish was how Vera Misham was poisoned. Etrigan, was it?
You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin.
Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavia? Maybe you can explain this. You're being accused again. By him again. And you agree with this you agree with this accusation, do you?
Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please.
I'd be delighted.
The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of the poisoning of the defendant Vera Misham. Please testify on this matter to the court.
Meantime, I'm going to quickly turn on the light. Ugh, so I can damn well see. Ugh, I also very, very, very much need to eat more before I start streaming. Shouldn't be taking snack breaks like that. Ugh. Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? My father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father too?
Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely.
Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mishams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice?
Very well. Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination.
I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss. And I know he poisoned the Mishams. The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention why. Mm-hmm. Tell me, is this nail polish expensive? Aradoni is a nail polish of the highest order. Not only is it fabulously expensive, but it is made in extremely limited quantities. And you and Vera just happen to both use it? That can't be a coincidence. I'm guessing it's not a coincidence. Huh? It's simple. Aradoni is the best nail polish one can buy, correct? And then if one wanted the best nail polish, one would buy it.
That makes sense. Why, it's a bit like my feelings toward my brand name Gavel here.
My silks are it.
Are we all done showing off our refined tastes?
Please continue with your testimony.
Can't you still make contact with the outside when held in solitary? So he had an accomplice on the outside. Is this your latest accusation? I am allowed a certain modicum of letter writing. But the contents of those letters are closely checked. It would be extremely difficult to send a hit request.
Prosecutor Gavin's on the warpath, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so too, Trucy.
I bet I know why. He must be nervous with Big Brother watching.
Maybe that's a weakness I can turn to my advantage. Are we cool with that? May I continue? The defendant is not dead yet. There are no known cases of someone surviving atrakin poisoning. You seem to know a lot about atrakin. I know a lot about a lot of things, which is why I suggest we pick up the pace, or else you'll be short one defendant for what she's worth.
The witness will refrain from speaking ill of the ill.
My apologies. Shall I continue? Vera had no reason to want to commit suicide. And also, who would commit suicide by doing their nails? The answer is quite simple, basically. Allow me to explain. Beginning with, why did she do it? The answer is quite simple. She couldn't live with her own guilt. Next, why did she use nail polish to poison herself? This too is simple. So she could die doing something that she liked. Something that she liked? Once she saw that the trial wasn't going her way, she knew she would die. And it's not easy to bring poison into a courtroom. Must I explain further?
I believe that's clear enough. Crystal clear.
Well, the two brothers together is like a two-man wrecking team.
Could use a little more teamwork though. Both Vera and Mr. Mission were poisoned with atrakin. It really can't be a coincidence. The defense is repeating fallacious statements based on conjecture. The prosecution requests concrete, unambiguous proof of the witness's claim.
Objection sustained. The defense will please present concrete proof.
Does Prosecutor Gavin seem strange to you two? It's like he's all growing up.
I think that's how prosecutors are supposed to be, actually. Though he is acting differently than usual. And it has a lot to do with his brother Christoph being in the room.
Well, let's make this testimony count, Apollo.
Right, quick and painless. The bracelet should do the trick. Okay, I'm questioning my ex-boss. His testimony seems watertight, but he's lying. Sure, I'll be able to see something as long as I focus. It was you who killed Drew Misham. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Like when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And let's assume for the sake of argument that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Misham fond of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. Huh? Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Misham was killed on October 6th, while I was already in my solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way all the same. And I found it too. This is how you poisoned Mr. Misham. I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Misham died, he was seen writing a letter. Atricum was found on this stamp, Mr. Gavin. So, am I to understand this stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes. This stamp was found in your prison cell. And that is all, Your Honour.
Order, order, order! Poison on the back of that stamp.
After Drew Misham was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright.
Daddy?
That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Misham write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need do is recall witness Spark Brushell's testimony.
Well, that's the thing, see. After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer?
Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp, end quote.
He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was mere coincidence that he used it that night.
That would seem to be the case.
Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I somehow manipulate coincidence?
He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder.
What? Really, Clavia? You should be seeing through these weak-spinned bluffs by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Misham would use that stamp that night? Least of all Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell.
Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say.
You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph. Clavia. Honestly, I wanted to believe you. The defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff. You were, Christoph.
What are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yeah, forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poisoned stamp killed Drew Misham, yeah? To which my brother responded thusly, There was no way to know when Mission would use the stamp.
Yes, that's right. Which is why it couldn't have been planned.
Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Misham died by that stamp, that's all. Coincidence? Christoph, you tried to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Christoph. I silenced the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency.
But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony.
Very well. I shall take his claim head on then. Justice?
What?
You accuse me of Drew Misham's murder, yes? Then allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter?
Oh, motive. He's talking about a motive.
Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter.
Now, here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose.
So, what does it mean?
It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe we have some evidence to prove a motive.
A motive for murder. This is a vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement.
I'd say it's about this vital.
That's pretty vital.
Well, Mr. Justice?
I'm going through this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence.
Then let's see what you have for us. What reason did Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Misham?
Christoph Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Misham's studio in the first place.
And why was that?
Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Misham accepts his first job creating forged evidence.
I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnifi Grammari's diary.
Ah, when attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes? This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes? But did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven. The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright, who, other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it. And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? This is the first page. And this is the second.
Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Misham by the client who requested that forgery.
The enclosed stamp was none other than the poison commemorative stamp. Drew Misham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old. The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery.
To keep them from talking?
But he made a mistake.
Stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show, I loved it so much.
The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Herr Forehead, do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Misham was none other than Phoenix Wright. Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down. Oh, then how will it go down? I checked through the records of that case when I found this. 7 years ago, just before the trial began.
Oh boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair.
And one more thing. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday.
I understand. I'm asking the impossible of you.
Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards.
Then that was enough.
Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before. Now, here's a question. Just who was Shady Enigma's previous defense attorney? No. This can't all be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin.
Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this? Witness, defendant, former lawyer.
Let me begin by denying this. It's easy enough to look it up, Mr. Gavin. And impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim?
That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield.
Herr Forehead, are you sure you don't have evidence?
What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy.
Evidence. Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier. Just prove it. Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case.
You must have thought of some evidence, Apollo.
Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him, and proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Misham?
Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Misham 7 years ago. Prove it.
Can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not. Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then I say we give him the benefit of the doubt.
Very well, but if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty.
Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion?
I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice?
Fine, Your Honor. do is prove any kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew mission. And I have something that clearly does the job.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew mission.
This evidence proves there's a link. That scrap of paper. I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't.
Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting.
Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this?
Oh, I see now. Yes, of course.
What do you mean, of course?
I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright. When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail.
Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell?
No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habit.
Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible.
This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter.
Reproduction?
When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. What? He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin. And the contents of your personal mail. Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video. A man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery.
Prosecutor Gavin.
Prosecutor Gavin? As embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please.
The defense's claim is denied.
What?
Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record.
Better luck next time, Justice.
Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination. But the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point.
Hollow, do something. I'm thinking, but without evidence. I don't have anything I can use on him.
Very well. This ends the special witness's cross-examination.
The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years, and I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Flavia, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Clavia.
Hollow, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin.
Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember. What's really important to you? You amuse me, Heffelhead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Herr Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. State your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unusual about it?
Unnatural?
Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment you called in true mission. It was almost as if... Almost as if... What? Funny. Didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if, from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence.
Oh.
Correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Christoph.
What?
It was the night before the trial. Clavier? Christoph? Not seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial? Ah, I won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I bought information. Information? The attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it all the time. How did Christoph know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Christoph, we were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserve that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case.
The victim's belongings?
Which would have included McNiffy's diary, wouldn't it?
Mr. Gavin?
My, Clavier. You disappoint me. You find trees yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing.
Apollo?
I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Gramery. Two cards. One card. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion.
Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete.
Zack wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright, a second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it. So, the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is... Those two men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zack Gramari both deserve what they got. So, you asked Mr. Mission to forge that evidence. So you could win? But then when you were dismissed as Zack Gramari's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made, and then you gave your dirty evidence to him. Feel free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Incredible. I wasn't laughing, I'd weep.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Perfectly? You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end?
Cancelled when the defendant vanished.
Ah, I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years.
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Janet is sure he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zack Grammy got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me.
Wait just a minute. Zack Grammy was seen by this reporter? How was that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years?
Finally. I knew this moment was coming. Just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Zack Grammy had gone missing for 7 years. Tracy's father.
What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him.
Right, leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveller.
I remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic.
The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that that traveller was Zack Gramari.
What is it, Apollo?
Huh?
Keep going. We'll talk about it later.
Did she already know?
Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this?
It all started 7 years ago. The great magician Magnifi Gramari's death started it. Magnifi Gramari's death and his student Zack Gramari the suspect. Whoever defended Zack in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence.
Cruel mission.
Actually, it was his daughter Vera who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin?
Precautions?
To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leaving them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. Etrikin. Applied to a commemorative stamp. but luck was on Mr. Misham's side. The bomb didn't go off.
His daughter. She saved him by taking the stamp. I see.
That wasn't the only bomb he'd set up. Iridoni nail polish, of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Misham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails.
Ah,
That nail polish was her good luck charm.
she was almost kidnapped once. Since then she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
That person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me.
Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was from that client, the one who wanted that note made.
Was his insurance.
Insurance?
As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. And the nail polish would do the rest. His time bombs sat there for 7 years, and then they went off almost simultaneously. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Clavia, surely you understand. We're back to the evidence, the lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the Atrakin that took Drew Misham's life. What about the restaurant? You killed Zakramari. To keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you like. The victim was a traveller by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive. Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Misham, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial's been finished for 6 months now.
I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Misham who is on trial here.
No, but you were doing so good, Apollo.
As long as there is no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Misham innocent.
Your Honour, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence. You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Misham to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. What? Evidence is everything. There is nothing more.
I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion.
Your Honour,
Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner Phoenix Wright's determination as well.
however, without direct proof you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavia? Unfortunately, yes, Christoph. You're right. That is, you would have been right until now. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for a new judicial system. That's right. I totally forgotten. The jury system. Jurists, you say?
The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law.
Common citizens? Wisdom? Is this some kind of a joke? What could we possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers.
Common citizens have something called common sense.
Debatable.
Common sense is not restricted by the law.
Nonsense. There is only room for two in this court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright. So, everything was leading to this. Of course, right? 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 Right! I won't accept it. I can't accept it. This is no court. Law! The law is everything. Law is absolute. You'd let ignorant swine soil your courts? Christoph, it's over. Clavia! The law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions.
The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge, like a gem polished to gleam through trials and errors. It is this fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time. And it is always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings.
Except for you, Christoph. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore. Couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. Someday I'll know what law is. I'd like to change it if I have to. Completely correct.
I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as the trial of Vera Misham, accused of murdering her father. The painter True Misham, however. Several other incidences were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurists of the court. The death of True Misham. How do you find the defendant Vera Misham? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter.
This ends the trial for the case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Misha is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Was there another reason for Mr. Misham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all.
Please, wait.
Yes, jurist number 6?
There's something in the jurist handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists.
That is correct. I've looked into all your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case.
With the development of the case? I see.
Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Misham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely. Judge well. And so, a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the juror system. Innocent, by unanimous decision. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, Special Witness Christoph Gavin laughed. Laughed louder than any ever heard before or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 a.m, the morning after the trial, in an intensive care ward. A true miracle occurred. Vera Misham opened her eyes. Vera, I'm so glad
Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too. I'm proud. You did well, Apollo. But I thought about, what if Vera,
Hey now, don't you start crying too. I'm sorry you had to see us like that. Vera?
Thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails.
No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm.
Vera.
When I opened my eyes and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world. To see things with your own eyes.
Looks like that poison had some effect after all. Killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life.
I knew you pulled through Vera. I knew you pulled through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you.
No, really, it's okay.
Oh, look, it's me. I love it. Thanks.
Is that me?
She really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is?
The other lawyer?
Oh, you mean Daddy? Except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from the things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize.
I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that.
He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier.
You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all?
You know, I knew my real daddy was alive.
Huh?
I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom.
You did... How?
I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away.
We may not meet again for some time, Trucy. But know this, I will be watching, and one day I shall return. You're the next Grammary, after all. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he?
It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now. Even if he can't really play the piano.
That he can't. Clear my throat.
Oh, and I've got you too, even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes.
Glad I made your list.
Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? The one who can't play. Do you know, Apollo?
He said he had to meet someone.
I wonder. Maybe it's in your mummy. Oh, Trucy. Yes, Vera? I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Here goes. Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat.
Objection. Not loud enough. I like Miss Magic underwear better anyway.
It's magic panties, Apollo.
So, your memory's returned.
Mr. Wright, was this all a part of your plan too?
I don't know what you're talking about.
When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Lemure. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists.
You're thinking into it too much. Besides, there was no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy.
Of course it is a happy thing. For so long I thought I was alone. But now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This, too, I think, is thanks to you.
Are you going to tell them?
They do not know?
Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings.
I will go to them when the time is right. Until then,
Don't worry. I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Your bracelet.
Yes.
I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. Your bracelets were the strangest of all. I remember meeting him half a year ago now in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you. Two fates destined to intertwine, and I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that.
Such a small thing, that bullet. Yet it tore who I was away. Years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive that accident. That is why I left the troupe, my family. Now my memory has returned. I'm myself once more. For the first time, I'm glad to be alive, Mr. Wright.
Speaking of miracles, Vera Mission regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are.
It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes the life is taken. Sometimes the life is spared.
You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story, for now anyway. I've still got a long way to go, and this power of mine, well, it needs some work. But there's hope now. We'd lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time, gotta go. Courts are still. Here comes justice! Objection! Freaking auto text again.
I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Chip Grammary. Juicy's on the case. Now that I have this thanks to Daddy.
Juicy Grammary, frankly I got my doubts, but at Grammary, now that'll pack 'em in.
It's not every day you get a trial that rocks harder than you one of our gigs yet. That's why it's over. The Gaviniers are breaking up. The news caused a run on tissues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. Well, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it, I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted and I've got my time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lessons. Maybe I'll take the bar exam again. I'll forgive the auto text in the credits. What can you do? Everywhere else in the game, though, ugh, way too prevalent.
So, I was standing around eating snackos the other day, when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch or better yet make them ding. And the power of science, although the preservatives might not be 100% safe. Unlike the event you are wanting Russian beef, come to Borscht Bulbous. The other thing called in the restaurant is Borscht. Duh, but if a greater challenge is required, then come to the hideout. You know who to ask for. So, Kentucky Pastries is getting back to its eastern roots. Spread the culture like, yo boss, culture time!
And this is how we write root, capiche?
But we're still about giving back to the people. Yo boss, PR time!
And this is how we write people, alright.
Now that Rocky's paying any attention, oh, kids.
Not the Rockies.
This Chinese characters on cake was a fly idea like 3,000 years ago. Believe that. Man, you want to make it today, you gotta keep it real, you know what I'm saying? Yo, that's why I made the OG cracker, for real. Oh no, it don't look like it, no cracker, but gee... I hate the way you speak. Ugh.
I don't know where all this talk about food is coming from. You ask me, there's only one food, and that's noodles. Noodles forever! I got a new one too. See, this time I just put a big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretend? Elton's noodles is about the salt. Salt forever!
My exceptionally inquisitive nature has won me an unquestionable adoration in my department. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stinker and Wesley Sticky Hands. But no longer. I have a new name, one that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I am the cure.
I don't know how to thank you for all you've done. Light has returned to my life, and with it joy. I may have lost years, but I have gained a treasure. 2 treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song.
Special here, back on the beat with another interview. Eh? How do I feel about things turned out? About how things turned out? No scoop yet, but generous confidence in mint condition. End quote.
I've decided to keep painting. Originals only, of course. I suppose I'll have to see a bit of the world outside to find what to paint. But I know there are good people out there now. I've met them. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you.
Yay! Oi! Oi! And that's another Ace Attorney game done. And I am not going right into the next one because I need a break. So I don't know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow now. But I do know that it's going to be all for now. Bye.